Alright, hey everybody. It is Thursday, February 25th, 2021. It's time for another stream. Let's get started. Alright, just gotta get my tweets on for the stream. Let's build a decentralized social network. Citizen live stream starting now. Wonder how my followers feel about getting that tweet every day. Probably stoked every time, right? Alright. How is everybody doing today? Starting later and later every day. So I noticed that Vercel wasn't deploying on push for some reason. Let's see what that's about. I've been doing some research into Roblox today because I see a good source of inspiration for what we're doing with programmable communities. And take these off. It's an interesting thing. I was expecting it to be, well, I guess what I wasn't expecting about it is that I knew it was a thing where, you know, it's aimed at kids 13 and under, generally speaking, and you can make your own games in it. It's that's the whole idea, in fact, is that there is not, I don't know if there are any default games, but generally speaking, the kids are expected to, or the players are expected to produce their own games. And the tool set for doing that is a lot like the Unity engine. It's like a kind of simplified version of it, but not significantly. I was really quite surprised. Okay, what's going on here? Alright, Xbox. That's interesting. So I guess we may have some construction noises today. Let's try triggering a redeploy here. See if that fixes the problem, but I don't think I changed anything in relationship to the package JSON. So if it's running into problems now, might have to do with the kind of complicated relationship that I can't quite figure out about the root path that Vercel uses. Yep, failed again. So why would npm install not get run? Did they change something recently? Strongly appreciate that they have changelog up there in the... Vercel, stop making me compliment you. Just saying, at a certain point, it gets to be obnoxious to be this good. Alright, so our last successful build was 2 days ago. Let's take a look at what that log says. No. Oh, okay. That looks like it was... Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it did run the npm install. They use yarn. About all the same. So what could be going on with that? Guess we get to do a little bit of yak shaving. Let's check real quick if anybody has tweeted about this. Whoa. What broke? Clones. And then it says it's going to install the build runtime. That finishes. And then it runs as usual, and just for some reason doesn't happen here. Let's take a look at the project config, I guess. Okay, supposing I do that. Aha! So for some reason something changed in their whole bit about analyzing the source code, because if I remember correctly, when I look at the previous success, oh no, yeah, okay. So it just had some kind of, yeah, something changed about how their deploy works. Don't know where in that. Okay, but that all looks right, I guess, so let's find out. CTZNRE.com. You know, I hope that my... Yeah, okay, we're good. I hope that the slowness of my internet connection is because I'm streaming and not because our stuff is slow. Big hope. Alright. Kind of into the new groups thing. pretty sweet. Okay. So that done. Got deployment fixed. That's good. What else we got today? The 2 stars are the ones we got to get today. So pagination and the feeds. Let's go ahead and try to get the detecting and loading new content in the feed. And then a UI for discovery. And the UI for discovery, when we talk about that, what we're talking about is on this page, letting me find out things like new communities. And on let's do there's a Dan with a Doug. This page, initial login. The first time we have the blank front page problem. One other thing we need to do unfortunately, we need a TOS agreement for whenever you sign up. It occurred to me last evening that you really kind of have to have the server hosting a TOS for signing up to the server, and the user needs to agree to it. It's very boring, but you gotta do it. I'm just kind of moving slowly today. I'm sure my brain will kick into gear at any second. Maybe if I get the right music going. Let's start out with the discovery stuff, because that's kind of fun, right? So we're going to be doing just the UI, but not the mechanics. For our alpha launch on Saturday, it's going to be gotta do that. For our alpha launch, we're going to work together on the stream to put together some new communities and sort of fill out what the UI is directing people into. So for now, we'll just do a mock-up of this so that we can fill it out when the day comes, when that happy day comes. Too many wires. Here we go. I kind of like to have something in between base and small, but we're gonna just go with small because extra small is too extra small. It's a little light. That's okay. Gonna be a little dry with this. Just call it suggested communities at first. How about could do a compass to suggest like exploring. Go with the middle finger. Here's the suggested communities. Got your suggested communities right here. Sometime I gotta figure out when I can throw in the wizard hat icon. Surely there's some icon that kind of suggests discovery. Could try the Star of Life, which is sort of the icon for when you don't know what icon to use. Or just a star. If this wasn't an open source project, I'd be getting the pro thing, but I'm not really sure I can do that. Would love to have their full catalog of icons, though. I think we're gonna have to go with the star for now. Alright, I'm thinking we do this like so. We get a border on it, we round it, it's a border gray 200. PX of 4, PY of 3. We get get myself some water. Okay, so far so good, I suppose. I think we should shrink everything down just a smidge. Computer's moving about as slow as I am. I think it's hover pointer. And these will be hard-coded for now. Water seems to be helping. Sometimes just need a glass of water. Go figure. Alright, how are we looking? Okay, not bad. Not great, but not bad. I wonder if we actually need any of the chrome around this. That's better. That's way better. And I think actually, same story over here. And the text extra small feels a little wrong. It's really small. Gotta think about folks that don't see too well. think we're going to deviate from the standard citizen button style so much that we don't actually need to use citizen button. A right-aligned community title. You think? Well, I appreciate that it kind of fleshes the right edge of things, but I'm not sure that's... I'm not sure I totally dig that, but appreciate the suggestion. Oh, yeah, you're talking like up against that icon and everything? It's a thought. That's a thought. It does need a little something on that front. What if we gave it a blue border of like... Oh no. I'm getting, what is that called? Semantic synesthesia, I think? Semantic satiation. They do have community images, that's true. We could get those involved. But I'm getting hit with semantic satiation. Join suddenly looked weird to me. The only reason I knew that word existed is because Ted Lasso, which is as good of a show as everybody says. Okay. Let's see what this looks like real quick against actual content. Okay. It's a little crowded over there, to be sure. I also think suggested communities actually ought to be, if anything, a small header, like a little bit of conflict right now. So, like, these don't look terrible. A little bit of conflict, I think, with that, in that it feels a little bit like these are easier to parse and notice than your actual communities that you're a part of. So I got to think about perhaps reworking that. It also feels just a little bit close. A little bit close to the content. So a little more space, I think, would be a good idea. Certainly that helps. Just 5 extra pixels. Okay, what if we did this? What if we did text extra small, but also font semi-bold, and then text gray 500? And got rid of the icon. Feels a little better. Certainly better than the big header was. So I'm going to get rid of the icon and update these styles. And I'm going to add a little more spacing between my communities and the suggested communities. There we go. So I'm just setting up the UI for our discovery stuff. So Andre, you might want to. I talked actually a lot about this in yesterday's stream. So you might want to check that one out. But the high level is that we are using servers to store the data presently, but it uses the Hypercore protocol to synchronize between servers, and we're engineering it so that you don't, it won't be working right away, but in the long run you won't have to have a server to participate in the system. Yeah, as I've talked about in the past, we are aggressively getting rid of novel pains in the butt. It should be a no pain in the butt experience. Still thinking maybe a little more spacing. And then if we increase the spacing there a little bit, it'll feel correctly balanced. Okay, let's update the My Communities to react to the suggested communities bit there a little bit. It's a very simple UI. It should be simple. It's not supposed to be attention stealing. To that end, it might be a little bit over bold still. Okay. That feels pretty decent. Well, it just passed the look away and look back at it test pretty well. So I feel pretty decent about all that. Let's go ahead and implement the logic around these. And to do that, I'm going to pop over and find a community that somebody else is a part of that I'm not. So really what that sort of is suggesting is like having a way to somebody else has got to be in a community I can use. There we go. That alignment. It's right for the start page, but not right for this. Maybe I just need to put some padding on the start page as opposed to moving it. One second. One second. So, serverless. A serverless approach would be like a desktop application. And in the long run, the answer is yeah. I don't know when that'll be. Don't even know what it'll entail or on a technical level yet. As part of the kind of broader question, one of the reasons I'm not starting out with that is I'm designing with it in mind to make sure that it's possible when the day comes, but I just don't know what it's gonna. Yeah, you know, the interesting question, of course, is if you're doing serverless, you're gonna have to, your computer's gonna have to do some synchronization and things. But seems like a perfect example of something that a community developer could do. Yeah, somebody else doing as their own project, as opposed to us making an official one. And I just say that because I'm probably going to be pretty swamped with other stuff. So it's one of those things where probably I won't prioritize it in the near future, and I'd bet money that somebody else gets it done before I do. You know, one of the main reasons I think a serverless version would be great is just to, you know, be able to be like what you call the Burning Man, example. How do you make the thing work when connectivity is bad and you're doing some kind of, conference or something like that? Frankly, it doesn't even have to be as extreme as like the Burning Man example. It can't just be my brain is really moving slow today. Just at a conference when the Wi-Fi is getting swamped, you know. Yeah, that is also something that is also something that I'm interested in. And there's also a hybrid where you can own your data, which in my opinion comes down to just whether or not you own on your devices the signing keys to your identities. After that's really the most significant difference of all the systems. So if we could get like a browser extension that does that, and MetaMask may end up being an interesting tool to use for that because it's entirely geared towards maintaining crypto keys. So perhaps something like MetaMask. I would very much prefer if the system had everybody... Oh, gosh. This is how slow my brain is right now that I am just getting my logic wrong and... Okay, so that part's working. All right. I'm gonna take a Advil real quick. Sometimes that can help with fogginess like this. I blame the cat for being a little bit foggy. She just does not let me sleep through the night. She's an evil, evil little gremlin. Yeah, Andrea, your head's more or less where. Oh man. Your head's more or less where mine is. So the way that that all works is currently you have total freedom to move between your I don't know why I'm going to snap out of this daze. It's just a slow day. Yeah, you at present, there are multiple servers. Anybody could set up a server. We have not implemented it yet, but we will implement a way to move between servers, both for communities and for users, which we call rehoming. If you don't own your keys, rehoming will involve a key rotation. If you do own your keys, no key rotation required. And in terms of how everything is structured, there are two ways that people sort of interact through this network. The first is by following each other, and the second is by joining communities with each other. If you follow each other, you can see the posts. Whenever you create a post, you post to either what you call a self-post, posting to your own feed, or you post to a community. Self-posts can be seen by anybody that follows you, and then only people that you follow can reply to you. And that's actually a natural property of the distributed system. And then from there, inside of communities, communities have a social structure, and we're going to be investing quite a bit in that social structure and treating it almost like a Minecraft or a Roblox in terms of making it highly programmable how the social structure works inside of a community. And so you can create roles and permissions and actions and things like that. But one of the actions that will be involved in there is, of course, being able to remove or ban users from a community, or to remove their posts from the community. And when you remove a post, it just removes it from the community's indexes, but the post stays because the moderator doesn't have authority over your feed. So that's how all this operates. It's geared very much towards, I like to call it society.social. Everybody has, that's where my mind was at with Roblox. I'm thinking about Roblox as I was looking at it for inspiration because I see a strong correlation here. So I was doing some research and looking to see if anybody had some interesting takes on it, any interesting insights. And so I searched through podcasts for Roblox. And I found this kid that, if I had to guess, was maybe 8 or 9. And he was doing a podcast about the history of Roblox. It was very cute. You could hear his family talking in the background. And, I guess I would say he's passionate about Roblox, except that, he was very muted in his delivery. He did things like, when he was signing off, he said, well, that's it for this that's it for this pod. That's it for today. I was like, yeah, get it, kid, you're all power to you. Just imagining the conversation that occurred in his house prior to that happening, where the kid just keeps on talking about Roblox, and his parents are like, just give him a podcast. Yeah. let him podcast, and he'll talk to that instead of us about Roblox. Okay, I think maybe what's going wrong is it's getting upset because I'm there you go. So you know what I'm talking about. It's exactly what I'm talking about. Agency amongst, that's what real decentralization is. When you have the thing be programmable by end users, come on. It made me think of that. Have you ever felt, that kid? No, videos. Have you ever had a dream, I think it is? Yes. I love this video so much. I probably can't play it on the stream here. Made me think of this kid. Have you ever had a dream? Yeah. The best. So like... yeah, actually my cousin has a young son who's really into gaming and streaming, and so his son wanted to start doing a YouTube channel of him playing Fortnite. And so at one point I got a ping like, hey, would you mind subbing to my son's YouTube channel? Like, yeah, of course, So every once in a while I get his little videos, He did a couple. He didn't stick with it for, kind of obvious reasons, but it was interesting talking to my cousin about it because, as a father, he's trying to think about, like, is this safe for my kid to do? How do I feel about this? Just one of many things that kind of made me go, oh, thank God I don't have kids. I don't know if I do know in the beginning. But Roblox is absolutely something I would train my young child onto. If I had that when I was a kid, I would have flipped out because it really is. The editor was shockingly good. It was really similar to the Unity editor. You got the entity tree and you got the game space rendered for you when you're editing, and you pull in models, and they're you can test by just pressing a button and you're dropped right into it. I was expecting something a little more kind of like deprofessionalized. But it actually was just kind of like a very straightforward version of the Unity editor. And, I got into modding, like Half-Life originally, and I did a little bit of modding like the UT engine and stuff like that when I was like a 13, 14 age, because that stuff was hard. Having something like Roblox when I was a kid, I would have gone nuts. In the beginning, Jacob Zuma... Jacob Zuma. Yeah. Oh, come on, man. I'm guessing English isn't his native language. Oh, come on, man. You can get it. You can get it. It's interesting what he's getting the N where the G ought to be. So he's saying be ninging. Oh, you're so close. I'm not going to be able to do anything until he says beginning correctly. Oh. Come on. Oh, does he never? Oh, he never gets it. Oh, why did you do that to me? He never gets past. Yeah, listen carefully. Yeah, I mean, it's not. I'm sure. I have to imagine English isn't his native language, so of course, no hate at all. But, and even if it's not, I don't know, literacy. But boy, I really wanted him to get that. I really wanted it. And the beninging is where he was stuck. Well. Beginning. I just gotta say it now to like satisfy where my brain wanted to go. Haywire, that's the band I want to listen to. Okay. In the beginning. Okay. So, I think what was failing here is because I'm modifying the DOM directly, so I'm going to try just doing is joining is true on the actual community object. Yeah, I'm actually quite interested. I mean, you know, part of what got... Oh, I'm not going to be able to do it that way. Part of what got, obviously, Roblox to a point of notoriety. It's been around for a long time, like 2006 is when it started. And then it just got a big COVID bump for pretty obvious reasons. And now it's getting some pretty serious... Okay, it's more or less working. Not beautiful, but it works. So now I'm kind of interested. I would very much be excited for it to kind of continue to develop, because the tooling is good, and you know, I want that programmability to flourish in the world. They're a little bit capped by their aesthetic, to be sure, towards young folks. But okay. If I do this request update right there, that'll speed up a little bit. And you ought to be disabled, sir. Why wasn't it disabled? It probably was disabled, it's just that I didn't. Okay, hang on. Has joined. Forgot that I just wasn't using my helper class, so I have to manually do a couple things. But, you know, being a modder at a young age is what got me going into programming. And for a young kid to be able to edit a video game, you know, so cool when you're a kid. It's cool now, too. And so I still carry a lot of that feeling I used to get out of that when I think about the work I do now. There we go. All right, and this should fail. I didn't even think that foo.com would be a real site, but of course it is. Really feel like that'd be a good buy. It's probably overpriced, but... Okay, so that's the mechanics done there. So that is the sidebar aspect of this. Let's adjust this a little bit. Yeah. I'm willing to assume that everybody is going to join a community at some point. So I'm willing to leave that up there always and kind of in a prominent. Might be a little big. All right. I have just signed on for the first time. This is currently what I'll see. We don't have to nail this right now, to be honest, because it is the alpha. So I'm going to leave it as is. Going to fix the alignment a little bit vertically, but yeah, I'm not going to... Eventually, this is not how the empty state should look, of course. You want to tutorialize a little bit. And, but, you know, we're probably also going to want to have something like a discovery page that's constantly there. And so on. And the flow of tutorialization needs the app to be a little more well-spec'd before we can do that. So we'll not worry about that yet.
CTZN.
Okay, so we can call that handled. Let's put together an Alpha Launch Saturday promo real quick. Never remember whether vertical means vertical or horizontal. I think vertical center, so I think it's going to be centering left to right, but it's not what that means. The black on purple is a little hard to read. Could try lightening it up. But I like the really more of an indigo. Well, let's try white text. Because the visual balance, actual center doesn't look like real center, so I'm going to just cheat it over. You may indeed be right. I'm coming up with all kinds of BS reasons for it. The reality is I just got a missized box. I still expect the visual weighting to feel a little off though. Yeah. That background got a little blue on me. I want it to be a little more purple. There we go. Cha-cha-cha. Well, now everything looks misaligned. What is the actual Twitter card size? $280 by 150? Is that right? Okay, that's you say 1.91 to 1, so I think I'm going to keep it at 1.91, so 200 times 1.91, 382. That looks a little more correct. think I'm just gonna stick with this as the content of it, and then we can put times in the tweet. Seems all right to me. And I should schedule this stream, I think, so I can link to it. And that will be Saturday at 11 a.m. CST. Yeah, I've actually... One of the things that cracks me up about Twitter is the inability to predict what your tweet's going to look like. Alrighty. So that's done now. I think it's time to think about pagination. Okay, I need a collection of posts. Yeah, that really ought to focus on spam risk. You know, I could create a script to automate this, but by the time I got done writing that script, I'd be done manually doing this, and that is the time trade-off you always got to consider. And that will confuse me, so... Hey, Peace Point. Welcome to the stream. In this gripping portion of the stream, Paul is testing out pagination in the feed, so he has to make a bunch of posts. That is what I'm doing. And I need it to be enough to see the interaction between multiple different sources of the feeds. So, I have to create quite a few. Okay, let's see if we start to see. Good. So we can see a couple of the funky things that are at play with my temporary algorithm already. In fact, I feel like I ought to be even seeing more than this. So, you know, what's happening is you would expect to see, for instance, everything going all the way chronologically down, 31, 30, and so on, but we get these gaps. And that's because of how it's operating right now, where it will do the most recent 10 for each community and each person you follow, merge those together, and then slice, and as a result, it's getting a, you know, bit of a improper sampling. Ideally, we would have a chronological feed, so, you know, want to fix that, but the other factor at play is that getting pagination involved with this view is hard with the current algorithm. We could do it, but it's not easy. So we need to cook up a way to do this well in the long term. And our function for doing this is right here. I'll be honest, I'm not super sure how to solve this. I'm going to pace around a little bit and think about it. I'm gonna use the bathroom too, so I'm gonna put on the taking a break bump. Okay, I think I got an idea. So there are two options that we could take with how to handle this. Our challenge is as follows. These are my data sources for my feed. Each of them have their own posts. And not only do I need to turn this collection into one linear list. And I need to do it in a way that supports pagination. There's basically two broad approaches we can use. One of them is to pre-compute this merged index, where we have some process watching each of these, all four of these, and then producing another listing over here. That, you know, all of these feed into. That's option one. Downside of doing it that way is if I unfollow somebody like Bob, then removing his entries from the merged feed index can be kind of slow. And you could do it just by filtering out after a read, so it's not like a terrible problem. But I'd like to see if we could avoid having to do a pre-computed index, see how it performs. Which means we need to read each of these individually and then merge them together. Possibly applying some kind of filtering on them. In fact, I'm quite sure we need to do that, because when we're reading the individual user posts, we're filtering out the ones that are in a community, because those you only want to see if you're a part of the community. And who knows more, and that's as indicated right here. And over time, we may end up having more filters that we want to apply. I think the way that we want to do this is to create a sort of progressive reading function where we read the first chunk of everybody, and then successively, as we realize we need more from each one, we read another chunk from them. And eventually we will pull out a list that represents the current slice that we're looking for. And something like this should be possible because I believe that all posts and the feed index are addressed by a timestamp based key. It's the case there at the post. And it should be the case in the community index. Indeed it is. Now, the one thing to consider on that is that we don't always trust those keys to be correct. So if we do it that way, somebody could create a post with a key that sorts at the top always, and they effectively sit at the top of the feed all the time. That's actually a significant downside. In fact, that might be a... Well, no, we can actually counteract that by always using the current timestamp as the starting point. So if you post something that sorts higher than the timestamps, it'll just never get pulled out. So I think we can counteract that behavior that way. So we're going to want some kind of handy-dandy API for doing this. I'm going to start by writing from the consumer side of it. And then we'll actually implement what we need. So first we assemble all of the users that are followed. And then we assemble all of the memberships. So now we all have all of our source databases. I wonder if it would be faster or slower to use the generator as opposed to constructing an array and then iterating the array. I don't know. Gotta love that. Actually, we can remove this filter by just doing... So I assume that's a race condition for you there. Kind of the worst. Especially because you can't log. Because it turns it into a Heisenbug. That is the worst. My condolences. Okay, how do we want this method to work? You've loaded the Citizen repo and want to start it with npm run test. Unfortunately, there are errors. I can't start it. Is there anything special I need to do? What errors do you get, Peace Point? What node version are you running? You'll need to be running, I think, at least the latest version, 14. Yeah, you gotta get on to 14. Gotta think. It's a bad day to be foggy. Let that care. Suppose merge cursors handles the logic of ordering, so it's always giving things in the correct order. We would never pass in a limit to it, to the cursor read, but we would pass it in here. So if it's always giving us what's next, then the logic is really straightforward. Okay. This looks right to me. We assemble our source databases. We start this new cursor read function. Then we create a async iterator that merges together multiple cursors, applying a limit. Should emit the entries ordered by the key. And then it's pretty straightforward. So let's implement this cursor read function. Howdy, Edgaras. Anything live to try out? Yeah, if you go take a look at, in my past streams, the testnet Saturday stream, that all still works. So you can follow what we did there. Okay, that should give us what we need. So now we just need to create this merge cursors function. Cool. So with the cursor read, we have a way to kind of get chunks iteratively of the current listing. And now this is the tricky logic, is putting together an async iterator that takes multiple of these cursors and yields in key order the outcomes from each of those cursors. Do chunks of 10 here. And actually, we can merge these together. We don't have a best yet. We go with the 0th entry from the most recent. If we do have a best, oh, you know what? We're going to need to... kind of maintain the index coordinates, because we're going to need to eventually splice out the result that we pull from this thing. So then... and I guess we don't actually need to hold on to... Actually, yeah, we just need to hold on to the which cursor result set it's from. because we'll always be pulling from the first result. So if the cursor results of I dot key locale compare let's see. That's something that can sometimes happen if you have a server running on your local host, but let me see if that occurs if you just run the tests. May have broken the test at some point so that they only work if you're running them one at a time. Nah, Beaker wouldn't interfere with it. Okay, no, I'm getting that too. I gotta figure out, for some reason, the test simulator servers are not getting shut down after a test runs, and so when it switches to a new file for running the test, it's breaking. I gotta figure out why. But if you run the tests one by one, it should work. Just one of those things that happens. Okay. Believe it or not, I think we have a working function here. Let's find out. Yeah, I don't know. It's a kind of a custom version of Cursor. And I'm shocked to discover that it didn't work. Why not? Looks like I'm returning a async iterator to me. Async generator function. Maybe I actually have to call it. Maybe that's what's going on here. So, first of all, yeah, okay, so maybe it should be like this. Maybe that's the way to do it. Get out of here. Okay, closer. Yeah, that's how that works. Okay, so let's get rid of that console log real quick. And you were giving me a bad property, so real quick, let's go to our API definition and have the stack trace get sent over the wire. Line 201. So yeah, the reason I'm using a cursor model here is basically I want to kind of try to read chunks out of these tables on a callback basis. This is a custom implementation of cursors. So there's, let's see, line 201. So it says cursors is undefined. That would be why. Okay, now can't read locale compare of undefined. Oh, little kitty. And that would be because both of these need to be trying on the 0th item. Oh, the little kitty wants attention. What do you want, baby? Oh, you want to play? Is that what this is? I haven't played yet today, so it could be playtime. Okay. Happy to see some new folks on the stream. Welcome. It's your first time. Okay, DB is not defined, line 221. Oh. Ah, kitty, just give me half a second. I'm so close. Oh, you're so bad. Oh, come here. Oh, uh-oh. I'm coming for you. Gotcha. Oh, you're feisty. You're very feisty. What do you think? What do you think this error is telling us? Gonna let me work now? The kisses will resume until morale improves. All right, line 85. Just give me half a second, little kitty. So I'm guessing entry.db isn't working for some reason. Let's log what entry looks like real quick. Oh, she's feisty. We have piece, but it's a tentative piece. Okay, so the DB field is not getting attached. Cat scans for cat scanning for bugs. Oh, you're so bad. Okay. Ah, I bet it's because of this. Oh, you know, that's actually a little bit of a problem. Why don't we... Yes, you're bad. Rather rather than attaching the database to the entry, why don't we just yield an array? A tuple, you might say. Boom. Totally wrong. But, you know, there you have it. I think the problem is we actually need to be reversing our output. So... Actually, I don't know if that design would work without it being reversed. Okay, interesting. Still not quite right. These guys are popping in at the wrong time. Okay, interesting. Only thing to do here is to start debugging. It's possible that my compare is wrong. Let's just see real fast what happens if I invert that. Fix it right away. I think we have a winner, y'all. Yeah. Whoop. Now we can test pagination real fast by going to our front end code, because our feed was originally designed to kind of expect not enough results to come out of the API and to do its own sort of additional fetches. And so if I take this dot limit and just set it at 10, actually let's set it down to 2, so it's going to be calling the API 2 at a time. Let's see if it works. Indeed it does. And if we look at the API calls that occur in that time, there they all are, working precisely as expected. I'm going to give that an excelente. I could play now if you wanted to. Well, I'm excited about that because I was quite unsure how I was going to tackle that. That seemed to come out pretty well. Cool, y'all. Very cool. I'm also pretty happy with the kind of clarity that the code gave us there. Like, that's instantly way more readable than what we had before. Sorry for slurping all over there. All right. Probably would be smart to get an automated test on that, but Yeah, I should do an automated test. The gremlin. She hungers. Appreciate that, Miguel. Okay, she's settling. She's settling down. I think she got either what she wanted when I kissed her a bunch, or she got significantly discouraged. And there's a reason I don't do scientific programming. Okay. Fortunately, we have a nice handy test to try here. So we could just pop right into this one. Let's start by just doing a login as Alice and seeing what her home feed gives us. Have I not updated this yet? I haven't. How shameful. Oh, wait a minute. What are you complaining about? Line 265? No, line 13. Oh. This is killing me. My debug... I had to fix this, but the debug server config can interact with the live running test and the local hosted server. Yeah, alright. Does Alice have any self-posts? No, these are all communities, but it is cross-community, so that's good. But I'm guessing we have Bob doing self-posts, so let's take a look at Bob's home feed. That might be a better test case. Great. So what do we got? It's we got a post by Bob that's number 2. Okay, there we go. And then a post by Bob's number 3, and then a post by oh, that's not right. Hang on, that's interesting. Yeah, oops. Our author information is wrong. Okay, that's funny. I suppose that's why you do tests, huh? I do really like that our communities and like citizens are just users underneath the hood. All right, so then we got Alice posting 1, and then I'm guessing Bob posting 2. And then we got Carla posting 3, and then Alice posting 4, and Bob. All right, good, perfect. We should actually have a 6 as well. And that's by Carla. And 4 is by Alice. And 3 is by Carla. Looking good. Let's test pagination. That's probably because we deleted his first post. I'm pretty sure about that. Yeah. And the local record wasn't removed. And we need to jump over here and turn this back off. Nope, not that much, just that much. Hot dog.
Citizen.
Alright, so with that handled, we can now do a kind of pagination based on scroll position that continues to load more. Been a while since I've done this, and it's always hard to get non-janky infinite scroll. So let's see how somebody else suggests to do this. Attaching to scroll is a bummer of a performance thing. Let's see if there are any new technologies to help us out here. Pay won't. Is there any way to do this other than attaching the scroll event? So this is something that Google put out. When? Is there a date on this thing? Okay, back in 2016. Really don't love what this will be implying. You know, the sort of logic behind it is to get the screen size, or the scroll height of the page, and then compare the scroll top. And you either do it, I think this one is doing it using request animation frame. And you could do it that way, or you could do it by attaching to the scroll event. The problem with that, the reason it gets slow is, first of all, you got JavaScript that's either constantly running or running whenever the scroll event occurs. And that's worsened by the fact that you're getting the size of the screen, which I'm pretty sure requires a layout calculation. Layout thrashing is what I'm referring to here. And according to this document put together in last 2020, by Paul Irish, who is a person who would know. Getting the scroll height causes layout thrashing. Huh. Intersection observers are designed to let you know if something comes onto the screen. Let's see, this person did the exact bench that I'm looking for. And I'm glad to see that my internet sucks generally, not just when I'm using Citizen. Would love to get the results here. Alright, well. Looks like the intersection observer is faster according to this guy's tests. There we go. Oh, come on. These image assets can't be that bad. There we go. Ah. Well, it looks like intersection observers are winner. Let's take a look at browser support real quick. It's been around for a while, so we should be okay. Oh, no, guys. IE. Well, whatever will we do about that? In the Baidu browser and Opera Mini. Tragic. Good enough for me. Alrighty. Cool. So you use, if you watch the testnet Saturday, you'll see you use citizenry.com to connect to yourself. So the servers themselves don't serve the UI. Ah. Great. Okay, why is... What's setting limit right now? Maybe I'm actually already setting it. Yeah, I am. Okay, let's take it down to 15. So our load more is hitting during the initial render. We're also, for some reason, getting 20 results out of the first load. It's a little odd. I'll have to look into that. This should be only getting 15. So how do I stop this thing from rendering prematurely? How about if we only render that bottom of feed thing if there are some results? Some kind of syntax error. What do we got? Still hitting. It also ran more than once. What if we put a minimum height on these posts? What's your default height? About 100? Maybe that'll stop the intersection observer from triggering prematurely. It will not. Okay. Out of curiosity. We just wait 100 milliseconds. What do we get? It's still happening. But it is definitely not... I'm putting it in a full second. Is this thing just triggering on first run, you know? No. Yeah, it is. It's definitely not visible. Unless it's... No, it should not be visible. Well, if it's going to be like that, I'm just going to ignore the first run. And there it's working correctly. Now I am a little curious as to why we're getting 20 out of it instead of just 15. We don't collapse results anymore, that's old code, so I'm going to remove that whole sub-results system. So that simplifies that code a little bit. Let's see if that might be responsible for it. And now we only got 8 results. And that was a big yikes. Big ol'... Okay, what's going on here? Hey-ho, Stefan. Good to see you again. Oh, to JavaScript even. Okay, so why is that only pulling out 8? Actually, a couple of things I've done wrong here. I don't need to increment the limit. So that can go. I wonder if there's some... Maybe if I set the threshold to 1, I won't have some of these problems. Could also take that. It's a little over-eager in its executions, to be sure. Is there a way to say only invoke whenever I enter? That's what that is. I see. I don't need to be watching for first, I just need to only do something if is intersecting is true. Because it fires whenever it leaves or is not intersecting. So that solves that problem. But I am more than a little curious as to why our limit 15 is only pulling out 8 entries. Suggests to me we have a bug in the API. Yes, indeed we do. So it's working fine for 2 and not 3. Okay. Let's dig into that. So that's probably in the merge cursors. In fact, I know exactly what that is. We're applying the limit inside of merge cursors, but applying a filter over here. So we're applying the limit in the wrong spot. Hey, hello. There we go, that fixed that. And look at that, a perfect scrolling feed, just perfect. Got that infinite scroll, rocking and rolling. How hot takes is it? Like, how prone to hot takes, are you asking? Yeah, without even clarifying, I'll give this a full 11.
Citizen.
Okay. So now we just need to do the same thing to notifications. And we should be good to go. That's our bumps. Quite happy with how that came out. Okay, so we have pagination on. All the feeds, it's really just notifications. This shouldn't require any changes to the server logic. Now I gotta use the loo, so BRB. Power source, all the music there is made by my brother. Always gotta give him a shout out. He logged onto the stream one time and he likes to produce music. So he was just like, hey, I made these sounds for you. These little tracks for you, can you use them? And I was like, yeah, I could probably figure something out. All right, notifications. A lot of the same code. This one we may actually collapse results. So I'm going to leave that. Not doing it right now, but it may come at a point. Okay, so it's working, but I think that may be all of the... Is that right? Is that all the notifications I have? Well, we'll find out soon enough, so we'll call that good and hope for the best. It's hard to... I guess I could produce... It's going to take a second, but I can produce the test data. But this would be a pain if I don't have it right. Crazy at... Come on. Actually, I can do this all. That should do it. So... What is the limit it's going for right now? $50. It's actually working as it should right now. Let's take that down to 20. Perfect. Crushing it, y'all.
CTZN.
Well, the cat just did a big stretch and looked straight into my eyes, suggesting she needs some pets. Yeah, I see you. Yeah, you need pets. It's an undeniable signal right there, you know. The old like, gonna pet this or what you doing over there? All right, so 2 items done. Good stuff. So now it would be nice if we had a little thing that would, like, when you're chilling, be like, hey, new post. Give you a button to load them. Don't think we're gonna get dark mode done in time, so I'm gonna give that the line through it as a to-do. We'll see if we can hit these tomorrow. All right, I'm gonna take 15 to just kind of chill. So back around 15 minutes from now, and we'll hit this detecting and loading new content in the feed. Back in a bit. Let's get detection of new content and a little indicator for it. This is some old code that I had related to all this. So let's go ahead and get rid of all that. Okay. So and I'm thinking we do this once every 15 seconds. Pretty straightforward. We just get first item in the feed. And if it's a different item, we got that new stuff. Okay. Now we wait. Let's try that again. It works. I'm gonna fix something that's bothering me. I'm going into pop-ups and composer and first updated. Ah. That's better. Seems fine to me. Let's make sure it looks okay and mobile. Yep, that's a problem.
Citizen.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get that terms of service agreement handled. So you'll be able to get the terms of service off of the server info endpoint. And Yeesh. Oh, you're gonna make me sign up before I can see the generated thing? Really just kind of want to see an example here. All right. Whoa. Well, let's see. Could do worse than a pull from Twitter. Oh, okay, there's more than one term of service. Probably going to have to introduce some tooling around DMCAs at some point. Because any service actually needs to provide a DMCA handling system. This is probably super boring to stream, but gotta do this stuff. You know, I'd love to generate this automatically for people, but I'm not sure that I can. Oh, yeah. was thinking about perhaps, trying to automate generation of this, but there are aspects of this which are very hard to generate globally. I, don't even know if I ought to be considering such a thing. So I may have to just hold on to this for myself and suggest anybody else do something similar. So we'll set this thing up so that it gives you an issue, files an issue with the user, or with the admin. Okay, let's see if that worked. So as soon as I go to localhost 15,001 citizen privacy policy, I give a 404, and did it create an issue for me? It looks like the wrong 404. Okay. Okay. I should be able to. I should actually just not allow recovery on these. You can dismiss, but you can't just recover. Shouldn't give you the recovery option if it's not true, so I'm going to just leave it. Okay. So now their problem. That text is not a function. I guess I just do end. Okay. use the bathroom real quick. Come back. Alright. So now in our sign up flow, we need to introduce a screen right here for terms of service and privacy policy. I wonder if there are .well-knowns for this. Nope. Okay. What now? Go to sign up over here. And I need to add Okay, so we will attempt to load from both. Use the async replace directive to do the rendering. And it will shame you for not having one. That's just how it goes. Okay. I am not going to style a checkbox. Okay. So that's that. Fun times. Let's go ahead and make sure that the privacy policy loads properly. Might as well continue with our very original approach to doing this. Okay, come on. There we go. Whew. We'll have to do this offline to save y'all a little time. Wow, do I not have Emacs installed? Alright, well. There's our privacy policy. Okay. Alright, that all seemed to work.
Citizen. Citizen.
Well, that was fun. Let's update the deployment docs real fast. Okay. Hi, J Bogey. I don't know if I think it's your first time on the stream. I don't know if we met outside of that. But good to see you. Oh, thanks. Glad to hear it. Miguel, are you asking what did I just add?
Citizen.
Yeah, so sign up flow now. Those docs are instructions frozen servers in the repo. And what I was just adding is everybody's absolute favorite thing about running a server. Terms of service and privacy policy. Which, whenever you set up a server, you have to set up those docs. Pain. Glad you dug it. I put a little link right here pointing people to the repo to learn more about what we're doing. Right on. Well, we got a hell of a backlog for you to push through if you're ever jonesing for some. I think the bumps only came in after like the second week, though. Didn't have that originally. Alright, so that's done. And let's add a link to our start page here. What's up, Heckle? Dark mode soon. Let's see how I'm doing on time, and maybe we'll go ahead and dig into that. I appreciate that. Right back at you. You know, I think I'm happy with being the new Google. Just don't watch the stream whenever I created that to see how it happened. If anybody says anything other than it was totally original work that I came up with on my own, they're lying. I did. All the JavaScript is just to throw people off. What else do I give away about myself? I'm afraid to think of it. I'm sure I've revealed a lot of things in this stream I would prefer not to have, but who knows? All right. And by the way, everybody else should use Signal too. Just saying. All right. Cool.
Citizen.
All right, all right. Is it this here? Is that the new chakra chain? Am I spelling it right? Yeah, that my brother made the sound for that, and then I got the video off of something called Place It. Okay, let's see here. I can understand if y'all are a new project trying to get your SEO up. All right, somebody help me out here. How do I find chakra chain? I mean, I'm not against getting my chakras fixed up with a necklace here. You know, I really would have thought adding crypto would have. Okay, I'm sorry about this. I cannot get YouTube to stop filtering out URLs. So, yeah, anything with a URL in it, so you're going to have to cook up some way to get past its, yeah, link detection. Sorry about that. I assume, so you say chakra chain dot glitch. I'm guessing this is y'all's. Okay. Gotcha. Cool. All right, tell me what I'm looking at. Looks like we got communities, it looks like. You got a Discord link up here. So it looks like, in fact, maybe Discord communities. Click on Chuck Norris. That's your Discord server list. Am I seeing everything? Okay. Think I did, yeah. Am I then on account? Gotcha. Okay, so I got a crypto ID here. And a password there. Everybody's seeing my password, so I'll try not to put too much financial interest in it. Of course, it got truncated a little bit, so I think I'll be alright. Alright, got my address in the chat there. refresh, and check the wallet. Okay. Sully, I'm checking out these folks' project Chakra Chain. It is Signal. Alright, do it to it. Let me know when I should have it. Hey, Sully, we should get that domain transfer put together here. Is there a PayPal? Why don't you, can you hit me up on like Discord, Sully? Okay, let's try it again. There we go. Hey, I'm rich. All good. I'm getting richer. So you got contracts. Is this using an existing, like, what are y'all building on? Is it a wholly new chain, or? Cool. Anything else I should check out here? Looks like it's working for you. Oh, it runs on a hyperdrive. No kidding. Very cool. That's very cool. Well, you got Matthias to thank for that. Word. Very cool. Well, thanks for sharing, y'all. Keep me updated as you go. All right. Yeah, I'm on the core protocol team, but really it is really more of a mascot. Oh yeah, I think I may have seen you talking about the pub sub in the Discord. Cool. Yeah, well, keep me updated with what all y'all are doing. Thanks for sharing. So, let's see. What do we got left to do today here? These guys, and these guys are what are candidates for Saturday, getting done by Saturday. I'm going to handle this offline. Solely, if you could hit me up about the domain. Oh man, sorry. Diet Coke's getting me. So if you can hit me up about the domain, yeah, through Discord or something like that, we can, I can PayPal you from the business account and we can transfer that thing over. And, cool. And then, let's see. I kind of don't think I'm going to get the forgotten email, the email-based flows done in time, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, we're going to have plenty of time tomorrow. I'm also thinking I'm going to try to nail down that synchronization issues that we saw on testnet Saturday. I haven't actually solved that yet. Gave myself some more tools to... All right, I'll make a note for myself to get that done. One sec. All right, email myself to remember to do that. And Okay, so thinking what I'm going to do with the rest of today's stream. We'll see if we can hit this tomorrow, and we'll see if we can hit those Hypercore network failures tomorrow. I think we're pretty well set for all that, so I'm just going to work on the README a little bit, I think, to round out the day. Oh, that'd be nice. Does, I bet I could get like a markdown preview VS Code. Look at that. Top of the autocomplete. Well, if it's a plugin, I might as well use there. Let's give it a shot. It is called Chakra Chain. Okay, apparently this plugin is 3,000 gigs because it's taking forever to download. Holy cow, this is taking forever. Come on. Can I get any kind of like percentage or something? Has everybody had an alright week? Coming up on Friday. Wow, come on. This can't be taking this long. For sure did. It was nice to have a normal week here in Texas after last week. I was alright, to be honest. Other folks had it worse than me. Wow, I'm starting to just think this is not worth trying. Alright, is there another Markdown previewer I could try installing? Yeah, I wouldn't mind that, I suppose. I don't know if it's my network being funky or Visual Studio's screwing up. Right. Yeah. Well, you know, the reason I was thinking maybe the extension was to blame was that error message I got on load. But, okay, let's try you. You know what? Forget it. Well, that's nice of you to offer. I mean, Ethereum ain't worth nothing these days. You sure you want to do that? Could have some growth on it. Suppose I could just use HackMD. Just done put spaces everywhere. Yeah. Well, I'm not saying. Oh, don't show my notes. Hang on. I'm actually saying that I expect it to grow, not that I expect it to keep falling. So I'm just saying, you know, are you 100% sure you want to be giving away something that's going to potentially grow? It's a really generous offer. Just, you know, double checking. All right. HackMD, by the way, great app. I am saying the opposite. I'll make sure that, you know, just knowing you're giving away something that I think is going to be valuable. Seems to be on the move, man. I obviously don't have a crystal ball, but if I had to guess, I think being long on Ethereum right now is a good idea. All right, we got permissions and community roles. No, I'm full taking Ethereum. 1 second. Word, I'm really glad to hear that from y'all. All right, keychain. Okay, thank goodness. Every time I open a window when I'm streaming, there's that slight gamble I'm doing that it's gonna open up in the streaming screen, and suppose I should just hide the stream for a moment when I'm doing that. Yeah, 1 second. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, we'll get the alpha launched on this Saturday, but don't have images yet, so we'll have to hold out on that. Okay. So I'm gonna click on this thing here. All right. That's my Ethereum receiving address. Really generous of y'all to offer, so don't feel like you got it since you suggested it, but I won't say no to a donation. All right. Just a big part of the money laundering flow here. Just one step in washing. If you do send me some, I think I need to know your basis. Pretty sure for taxes with cryptocurrencies, the way this works is if it's a gift, I need to know how much you paid for it. I think my basis gets calculated off of the basis of the person that gifted it to me. So my gains get taxed basically against your gains. Not tax advice, by the way. Okay. So let's think about how we describe this thing here. Alright, I'll let you know when it shows up. Man, I barely know what I'm talking about on this thing. I mean, like, yeah, what is your basis? I guess if you're talking about something that you traded other for, you'd have to calculate the dollar value of the money you paid for it. Alpha symbol would be fun, but I don't know if it would be totally clear. Y'all want the alpha symbol, huh? Let's try it. Alright, why not? Okay, cool. Alright, we'll take that. Yeah, handy little CSS helper.
Citizen.
Actually, I've been carrying that little CSS around since Terra Vansel put it together for an early version of Beaker. Okay, so that's all that. All right. I've not seen it yet. Keeping an eye out. Glad to hear that, for sure. Alright, there we go. Cool. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Super generous. Would you like to get added to the, I do, currently I do contributions through Patreon. But why don't I, can I give you a name and a link for the README? Heckle, if you want to send me via Discord or in the chat here, name, don't have to be a real name, and optionally a link that I can put in the README to say thanks for the donation. All right, it's possibly left, but let me know if you want to get added to the README. I'd be happy to put you in there. Say thanks for the donation. And this is looking good.
Citizen.
It's looking good to me. All right, then. I think we'll call that a stream for today. Thank you, everybody, for joining, as usual. Looking forward to Saturday. Okay, cool. Is that going to work in a... like, nah, it's not. So I'll is there a username you would like to... Word. Is there a username you'd like to use for it? Or just the address? Oh, you bet. All right, well, hit me up if you want to, yeah, just send a PR if you want to update that. And why don't I give that a bump?
Citizen.
All right, have a great rest of your day, everybody. KOH, if you want to, just send me a PR and I'll update that README. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. We got one more day of work before Saturday, so we'll try to debug some of the cross-server synchronization issues we ran into during testnet Saturday, as well as, hopefully, maybe get the email flows handled. Things like, confirming your email and handling forgotten password. Kind of a chore, that stuff, but we could always make a little initial progress. After Saturday, there's going to be a period where I'm just doing bug fixing, making sure everything's working and things like that, and reacting to having actual users and what have you. But I'm thinking probably what I'm going to start on in terms of new feature dev is a finalized version of how what I was talking about in the past about moving everything on chain, so to speak, so that we're sort of every action is we're not relying on RPC so much between the servers. And once that's done, ideally I'd like to start getting into the community programming, the programmability of the communities by end users, whether that's actually through JavaScript or by a kind of a data structure that defines those different rules. So we'll probably start baking in some of that. Seems like a good next step. All right, hashtag we are citizens. Y'all have a great rest of your day, and I'll catch you on the next stream. Later.
Citizens.